Good morning from Brussels and welcome to the second day of our All Digital Summit 2020. My name is Ekaterina Clifford and I work for All Digital. I've been involved with organizations and community from the very beginning in 2007, and I'm very happy to host the second day of our conference. And I will be supported with my friends and colleagues from Berlin later. So before we start with the program, there are a couple of technical announcements. We recommend all of you to keep the summit website open so that you can watch the live streaming. And please remember that all the sessions are recorded, the workshops too, so you can always come back later if you want to rewatch something or you haven't been able to see it before. Also, we'll be sharing all the presentations of our speakers and panelists, and you will see the links next week on our website. Please, we always encourage you to make posts on social media, mainly on Twitter and Facebook. Use hashtags for our summit, which is Digital Skills, the main one, All Digital Summit 20 and All Digital EU. And follow us on social media with the same handle at All Digital EU. We look forward to your impressions. So what we have today in our program. We'll be talking, first of all, about our experience and lessons learned during the pandemic. And we'll start with a panel discussion on this topic. It will be followed by workshop round 2, which starts at 10. As you see, we have 5 workshops, and you can choose whatever you want. You'll see the links in the main hall on Microsoft Teams. At 11:30, we have a short coffee break. And then we go into the second round of workshops. Again, we have 5 workshops to choose from. And as you know, they're all according to different streams, from DIGCOMP, future, certifications, and of course, lessons learned. Please choose what you want. And after the second round of coffee workshops, we'll have a lunch break, which will be followed by the final discussion, panel discussion of today, devoted to Digital Education Hackathon, and the closing plenary, in which we'll have the rapporteurs from the workshops to report what has been discussed over the 2 days. So yes, you see we have lunch breaks and coffee breaks, but unfortunately there won't be direct networking, and definitely we missed that a lot. We missed that yesterday, especially in the evening, because as a lot of friends and colleagues and people who've been attending our summits know very well that this community is a very essential part, and networking is a very essential part of our summits. Yesterday, we would be happy to hug and talk to old friends, to meet new ones, to discuss the new initiatives, potential projects, share our experiences from the past year. And what a year it has been, as we all know. With millions of people across the world realizing mainly overnight that technology is the only way to continue to work, to study, to stay connected to family. And this pandemic thrusted this technology upon us. And those who had avoided using it suddenly had to take it up. And many of you have been on the forefront of this extreme uptake and emergency learning of digital skills. A lot of you here watching us and being with us today you've supported elderly people to start learning video calls and connect with their families. You organized helplines to answer computer-related questions. You have provided laptops to those who needed them to work and study. You've used 3D printers to produce shields for protective equipment. And of course, a lot of our centers and you in the audience help teachers to start their online lessons. And teachers themselves have to reconsider completely the way they work and teach. And in addition to that, they probably had to support their students with their mental health. And all of that, all of you had to do probably with having your own kids around and homeschooling them. So the audience here today has an amazing experience and a lot of lessons learned. And a lot of you can be on our next panel that we are starting. So next panel is devoted to lessons learned from COVID-19. The next panel will be moderated by Alexa Joyce, who is the member of our All Digital Advisory Board. Alexa Joyce is the Education and Skills Director at Microsoft Corporation for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And as her title suggests, Alexa works across the region to drive student skills development from primary through to higher education. Over the last 20 years, Alexa has worked with governments in more than 100 countries across the world in digital transformation in education. And we are very pleased to see Alexa, who is online with us today, and her panelists. And Alexa will introduce her panelists herself. Welcome, Alexa.
Thank you so much, Ekaterina, for that introduction. And I'm super pleased to be here today with all of you to be digging into this super critical and important topic. I think we have a fantastic panel with speakers that really take us from Germany to Greece and from north, south, east, and west of Europe, both from the private sector, but also coming from associations and All Digital itself. So I think we're going to have some really fantastic contrasting and complementary stories that we can dig into during this panel session this morning. So I'm going to introduce the speakers. Our first speaker this morning is going to be Vassilis Rafail, who's a youth worker at Connect Your City Network, and he's been specializing in volunteering and education and entertaining activities for young people through non-formal education. And one of the most exciting things that he's going to be sharing with us today is the Connect Your City mobile app, a tool to help gamify volunteering to get more and more young people engaged. Our next speaker after Vassilis is going to be Sabrina Konzok, who leads strategic partnerships at Kiron Open Higher Education. So she's an innovator in EdTech and social entrepreneurship and builds new partnerships that can drive digital lifelong learning. And so I'm going to then introduce our third speaker, who is Nenja Wolbers, project manager at Stiftung Digital Chancen in Germany. She's been a project manager since 2013, managing the organization that represents 6,000 telecenters in Germany and leads numerous important EU-funded projects, as well as being a key part of the All Digital team. And then last but not least, we also have Matthias Dietel, who is the head of corporate citizenship at IBM. So we're bringing more of a corporate perspective, as well as myself, to the conversation. And also we have, that's all of our speakers. I think I've run through all of them already. So I'm super excited to start to dig in, and we're going to kick off with a presentation from Vassilis, who's going to be explaining more about this really incredible app that he's built for motivating young people to volunteer. Vassilis, I think you're still on mute. So we still seem to have lost your sound, Vassilis. Do you want to give it one more try? And if not, then we can maybe hand over to one of the other speakers while we resolve your technical issue. So I think this is just an illustration of however fluent and skilled we are in technology, something can always go wrong at the last minute. And I know that everybody on the technical side has been working really hard to make this work effectively. So thank you everyone for your patience as we get that sorted out. So maybe while we get Vassilis's sound and presentation sorted out, we're going to move dynamically into some of our conversation and return back to Vassilis afterwards. So I'd like to then point to you, Sabrina, to step in, and I'd love to hear about how COVID has influenced the online and blended learning offers that you have been making available, and how this has affected all of your target groups. Like, how has this changed the way that they want to learn, the pace of their learning, and maybe even the content of their learning, and how you're thinking about reshaping and improving the programs based on the experiences that you've had at Kiron.
Yes, thank you so much. First, a test if you can hear me.
We hear you. That's the good news.
So I don't have to start over again. No, thanks so much for welcoming me, Alexa, and for having this great panel in such challenging times. And I can vouch, like, we have heard Vassilis before, so I'm sure we can fix that somehow. So welcome from my side as well. I work for Kiron, as you heard before, and we have a digital learning platform for refugees. We're now 5 years old, roundabout, and we were actually founded during the refugee crisis, so during another big crisis that our globe and especially Europe has seen in the past years. And before talking more about what we learned at Kiron, I want to share a bit what we learned about the digital learning sector during COVID and during the Corona pandemic, and what has changed for the people. Because when all of that started, we were also thinking, okay, we need to learn ourselves. We need to know what's changing out there, and that not only from our students, but also from our partners, from researchers, and also from people in the industry. So what we did, we set up a video podcast, which is called Kiron Talks, and we had that almost every week since March, and in total we had 17 guests from all over the world. So we had researchers, we had people working at UNESCO, and all kinds of experts, from the US to South Africa to Ireland, and what they shared with us was really astonishing. So we thought we get the insights right from the field before waiting until some research is written about the situation. And what they shared, of course, was very different, because they have very different viewpoints and different angles they were looking at the situation from. But what they learned and shared with us is, for example, that accessibility to online learning and to digital learning is an issue no matter where you are. So we had 2 amazing researchers from the Netherlands that gathered together with 40 other researchers, already looking in depth into how is that effect actually happening, like what is happening to learners at all ages. And what they found, no matter if you're sitting in Germany or somewhere in Africa, like accessibility is still a major issue. So both in hardware, but obviously also when it comes to the internet connectivity. And we had another researcher, an expert, and she shared with us, like Nora, she shared with us their initiative, which is like 1 for 2, which means they are claiming to have only 1 gigabyte for 2% of the people's income, which now during Corona is becoming even more challenging, because some people pay more than 20% of their salary in Africa, for example, for internet access. So you can see, like, there were broadly summarized from those experts, there was a lot of unity that no matter how promising it looks right now for digital education, the major challenges that we've had in the past decades, they're still there. And you can't get rid of them just from one day to another. So we looked at those learnings at Kiron, and we said, what can we actually do ourselves? So obviously, as you know, our learners are in challenging circumstances themselves. If they're in Germany, maybe they have already a more stable situation, they start to have jobs maybe, so they want to learn with us in order to further improve their career, or maybe even to access university. However, there are others, for example, people living in the refugee camps in Kenya, whose situation has worsened drastically. Not only because they have challenges accessing our online education system, but also because their whole support system, you can say, has deteriorated. So all the NGOs on the ground that would usually provide additional services also couldn't do so anymore, because they couldn't meet in person, they couldn't hold workshops. So a lot of informal education and services in general didn't take place anymore. So what we thought we can do is actually to open the platform that we have developed over the past 5 years to all those groups and people. So everyone who's serving refugees now can use our platform and access that in order to deliver their services. And that's one of the measures we took based on the learnings we heard from our experts. But obviously, yeah, the main challenges are still there. Although we have seen a lot more students online, learning longer online with us than before. But obviously, we want to improve that, and we want to, create a common ground there with more people working on the access for those groups.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. It's fascinating to hear about your experience and how you've adjusted to support some of those really challenging issues that you've outlined, and also that despite those challenges around accessibility and connectivity that you've outlined, that actually still you're seeing more usage of the digital training opportunities that you have. So people are finding ways to connect and to use that, and also the concept of the solidarity of opening up the platform so that more can use it as a way to engage, I think is a great lesson learned from what you've just described. So I'm hoping now that Vassilis' technical issues are resolved and that we can go from Germany to Greece to dig into the volunteering app that he's developed. Vassilis, can we hear you? We still can't hear you. And we did hear him literally 2 minutes before the panel session started this morning. So not really sure exactly what's gone awry, but Vassilis, I will try to come back to you again. We'll move to the next panelist in the meantime. We have to keep being agile in the digital world after all. And so I'm going to ask Matthias from IBM to step in. Obviously, coming from the private sector, you've had quite a different experience. And being from the technology sector, you would expect that maybe this has been an easier time for the tech sector than other sectors. Maybe not. I'd love to hear what has really been fundamentally challenged in terms of your way of working. Has there been some really earth-shattering discoveries or impressions that you've had as a result of the period? And are there really new models or new approaches that have passed the test of this difficult period that you're planning to take forward into the future in the way that you work? So Matthias, we can't hear you either. No, we still don't hear you. Look like you're on mute, but maybe now you're back.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Now we hear you.
Ah, very good. Okay, then let's plug off. Okay. Thank you very much, first of all, to providing me the opportunity to attend this conference and be part of that panel. And met you, Alexa, in specifically because I guess IBM and Microsoft have a long tradition of competition. And so from an enterprise perspective, I guess we shared the same experience. So from one day of another, we were confronted with the pandemic, so we had to decide on how to change the work life in IBM. So we just got all digital. So we all vanished in our home offices, you know, and we worked all digital. This was done in about 48 hours. And even though I am working from home or have home office experience since more than 20 years in IBM, I was really astonished how seamlessly this worked in the internal world, and we just moved forward with our 350,000 employees in the company without any major glitches, so to say. In the external side, and you mentioned in your introduction a lot of the challenges we are facing. So my little daughter was sitting at home. We were challenged with homeschooling, so we were thinking about in corporate citizenship, what can we do? And there was an idea which came from Italy because they had severe problems, and there was an idea to cooperate with Cisco, one of our partners. And then IBM and Cisco decided to provide an initiative with free licenses and trial licenses for the schools and the teachers. and IBM volunteers provided support for the teachers and the schools in order to establish remote class lessons and so on. So this was done in a very short period of time, and we really managed to get several hundred schools on board and a lot of volunteers throughout Europe, so to really support that here. As the crisis moved on, we also recognized, wow, so the economy is really hard hit, and we also recognized that specifically small and medium businesses have kind of a struggle to cope with the challenges in terms of their infrastructure, in terms of the skills in their staff, and also we had this short work permit from the government where the people were sitting at home and maybe recognizing, considering, wow, so I have really gap in digital skills. Maybe you were in the automotive industry, you were, in addition to the pandemic, confronted by the transformation which is happening in the automotive industry. So you might recognize as an engineer that you really have to add digital skill sets to your personal skill portfolio. So what we did then was to decide, okay, we have an education platform called Skills Build, which we started last year to support people with a migrant background or refugees or people who have kind of a struggle to start their professional life in terms of their digital capabilities, together with NGOs to promote that and to support these people. And we opened up a subsidiary of this platform called Skills Build Reignite and opened it up for small companies. We work together with business networks and associations, and in September we started a cooperation with Baden-Württemberg Connected in the southwest of Germany, which is a business network incorporating more than 500 member companies with small and medium companies, which are also impacted by the pandemic, and in cooperation with a legal company called Jones Day, which can then provide also support for entrepreneurs, startups, and for business leaders in these small companies, business owners who might have questions in the legal area in the context of these new business models. So we set up a compelling set of education and qualification and events, and we run that now with these companies to support these people. So now we are well on the way with that, and I think this is supporting the people. What is my recognition personally out of this pandemic, how it's changed my way of working? Since sitting here in the home office, I'm quite more productive because you have all these meetings one-on-one. You do a lot of more work than usually in the office, so you have to really take the time to take a coffee or take a walk outside. So I have now let's say, a simulated dog. I walked. And also the other side is that you sometimes in the evening you're really exhausted because the density of work has definitely increased, and even though the digital way of working offers you the opportunity to attend, let's say, 2 conferences at one day because you spare the travel time. So you can attend in the morning in Berlin, in the afternoon in another conference, wherever in the globe it takes you. And this is really a quite new experience. What we are learning new, and this is a kind of new competence, and this is one of my last sentences, I want to blow the timing of the conference or for the panel, is really the networking part. And I guess you have to really think about new ways of, let's say, meeting together digitally. We have kind of evening gatherings where some group of colleagues have a glass of wine in front of them, and we meet together in the here in the WebEx or in the Teams or wherever the digital space is, and meet together and have a chat or a cup of coffee in the afternoon and really have a conversation like you would have normally at the coffee machine in the company, you know. And even though with friends we are now meeting together in the digital way, and even though I'm kind of fed up to see little people in little squares on my screen because you have them all there. Yeah, it's worthwhile to do it and we have all to have some kind of solidarity and bring the new normal forward. That's my opinion. And I'm quite positive about the pandemic. We will master it, and it provides us with a new experience. And maybe this is what our generation has to really overcome, and it's the challenge of our generation to manage the crisis and do the best out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. And I think a lot of what you've said really echoes our experience. I think, obviously Microsoft were already heavily digital, and so switching to more digital way of working was not a huge challenge in terms of the skill sets. We had that there. But I do think adjusting to home working has been really hard for a lot of our employees. For me, it was easy because actually I've been remote for the past 6 years. The challenge was teaching my children at the same time, which was obviously not trivial, and especially doing it in Dutch. But it was that is obviously a huge adjustment. And similarly, we've done research onto our staff productivity levels. We've seen productivity has gone up 25%, which is pretty mind-blowing. But we're also seeing that people are now starting to feel like they've been running a marathon since March. And so specifically in the education team where I am, we were having to switch on services and to run training at a level that we had never seen before. So we had ministries of education who would call us up and tell us, we're closing schools in 2 days, what can we do? So we would work with them to build the strategy, to build the training plan, to get teams available to all of the schools, and help them to set up helplines and online chat services to support the teachers, to support the parents, to support the students. And that hasn't gone away, because I think back in March, we put in place what I call emergency pedagogy, where we basically just tried to get any technology out there, find a way to stay connected. But then as we've come back into this later academic year, many institutions are saying, well, actually, maybe we didn't do it that well the first time round. August has been an opportunity to try out some new methods and then to get them online in September. So we've seen another huge shift in terms of the way that teachers and schools are working digitally online. And that's been a tremendous challenge, I think, as much for the teachers as for the parents and the students, in terms of shifting their ways of working, because we're seeing, even in countries like Belgium, where I am right now, some schools are reopening, but then there's rolling closures, which are coming because teachers get infected, student gets infected, they have to close a class. So there's all kinds of these challenges of having to continually be agile and continually update the way that we're working to respond to this constantly changing circumstance, which is a huge change in the way that we work in education, where typically things have been very stable, very similar, slow to transform. And we've seen, I think, more transformation in the last 6 months than we had seen in the last 10 years in the school system. So I see Vassilis is back with us, and we're going to try again to get your sound, because we would love to hear about the app that you're doing. But we still can't hear you right now. Yeah, sorry, Vassilis, we still can't hear you. This is really unfortunate, because I know you have an amazing project to share. Okay, well, in that case, we're going to continue on with one of our other panelists. We're going to move over to Nenja Wolbers from Stiftung Digitale Chancen, one of the summit partners, of course, and based in Berlin, and vice chair of All Digital. So we would love to hear about the work that you're doing on the ground, particularly around rural communities and digital skills. I think we've seen everywhere that for the city dwellers, the shift to digital has been less challenging because connectivity is good. People are used to much more using digital methods and so on. So when Sabrina shaking your head, I'm going to come back to you to ask you about that one later. So and in any case, let's move over to Nenja. I'd love to hear about your experience and to tell us more about what you've been doing in rural communities.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for this kind introduction. Actually, you can see that I'm here standing on a very big stage, and I'm feeling alone because you are not here with me in Berlin at our venue. So although I agree that we are really fortunate to have the ability and the possibilities to work in the last months from home, this would have been really great to have you here all together and reconnect and so on. So I think that what we realized in the last couple of months is that the whole society actually realized that digital competences are very important. And so for us, it is, as training providers, it was clear from the start, of course, but I think a lot of target groups now know this too. And also the policymakers actually became aware of that, which is great. And so I wanted to say that we are here at the summit, not all together because we are physically distancing, but actually we are socially engaging, and that is great because we have the internet, we have digital tools, and we have the ability to use them. And as long as you have this ability, you could work in the last months and connect with friends and with family, but without these basic digital skills, it is actually really hard, and it hits you twice, because at the one hand you are more isolated, and on the other hand it's really hard for us as training providers, and also to really reach you, and also for you to reach, for example, libraries and for training providers to get your answers that you need to get actually digitally connected. And so I think that that for us, and I come back to the rural areas, but I wanted to say a little bit about, for example, senior citizens in retirement homes that actually hit really hard twice in this kind of sense. So because they are they are isolated and can be less reached. And on the other hand, there's a big insecurity, and I think already Sabrina said that we have in school teachers and also in training providers, and I think also actually for us, because we had to think about how we now do our trainings that were before maybe blended, maybe face-to-face, how we do these trainings now online. And I think that took us a while to actually get the idea of how we transform this. And I see this in many projects, and also in our project with the rural areas, that the biggest component is actually the human factor, so that we can really engage with the people. And for example, in our project in a village in Lower Saxony, we started an app that connects the people much earlier because of COVID, and it ran really well because the people were able to share pictures, to, I don't know, go for a walk and see a nice view, because the weather was great during COVID, let's be honest, it was a little bit mean, and see a nice view, take a picture and post it in the chat. So the whole community, the whole village could see it and be a little bit more integrated, don't feel so isolated at home. So I think this is very important. But also for the training providers, the transfer from offline training to online training, that it took a while to adapt, to really see what was going on. And I think important is here to say that we have to, to make the trainees feel very welcome, to really get the same atmosphere, or maybe even a better atmosphere than we have offline, because many people from different areas can come together and engage them, for example, with tiny games or check-ins. That is very important. And the same human factor is important for people without digital skills, because there we have it that we need now more multipliers. We need to engage, for example, if we go back to the example of the senior citizens in retirement homes, we need the caretakers to become e-facilitators, to become new multipliers, to really reach out to the people. And I would say that our job is now more to give them tools, to give them games, give them tiny ideas to do that. For example, we digitalized a scavenger hunt so that the people don't have to go outside and go through the city, but do it online on their cell phone and still have the kind of easygoing way to use digital media. And so I would actually, to conclude, let's say, I would say that although we have now everything digital, I think it is not apart from the social factor. It is actually integrated together.
Thank you so much. I'm really exciting to hear about how you kind of socially engineered the connections through the digital world as part of your work. And I think that definitely that kind of gamified, fun way of engaging has been absolutely critical. And I think also when we think about the social and emotional impacts, the way that we design the platforms and the platforms that we choose also has an impact. I think you, Matthias, when you said I'm fed up of seeing everybody in small boxes, it really made me smile, because our researchers in design of human interaction have found exactly the same, that seeing everybody in a small box has a huge cognitive load compared to when we're actually sitting face to face. And so you'll see coming soon, if you're using Teams, we have a mode called Together mode, where people appear to be sitting next to each other. And when we've used that in training sessions and in workshops, the impact is amazing. People start trying to reach out to virtually touch each other and start to immediately talk in a much more informal way than when we do when we're limited in our small boxes. So thinking about how do we design our technology activities, but also the interface, I think, are both really important things that we need to think about as we're spending so much time online, to really make the human factor a key part of the way that we can continue to work together, and not just to get things done, but to continue to connect as people and to have that authentic engagement, which is so important about working together. So Vassilis, I'm praying that we can hear you this time. We see that you're back with us.
Please, can you hear me?
We do. Wonderful.
Yes.
Excellent. Superb. So I'm so pleased we have you.
I apologize. I'm very sorry for that situation. I swear, like 2 minutes before, the laptop was working perfectly, and no, it doesn't. Anyway, I'm very, very glad to be back with you, everyone. Now I'm from my phone, not from my laptop. So I'm Vassilis Rafail from Konzok, which is a child of EASIS NGO, which is a proud member of All Digital. And I would like to present you this very innovative application that we built for motivating, educating, and training young people in various skills and activities. Before I speak for the application, I would like to take some time to mention what happened during the COVID situation. So we're a youth center, which means we're doing activities, events, volunteering, fun, educational events for young people. And the quarantine really shook us. It made us impossible to create activities, and our members and volunteers were at home. So we thought, okay, people are in their homes. What we can do to energize them, to motivate them, and what do people like to do from our target group? And we thought that video games was the primary source of young people that is used to entertain them during the quarantine, because young people like playing video games. And we thought, how can we put elements that make video games attractive into something which is not a video game? And that's why we created the application for Connect Your City. Let me start by telling you that the application was briefly finished this May, so it's only 1 year old. It's kind of on its baby phase, not finished yet, but we're still improving it. And what it does is that young people can sign up with the application and see many activities, events, and challenges from Connect Your City and other NGOs. For example, one challenge can be that run for 2 miles and show your health app application that you have completed 1,000 steps, and you will take points. Or take part in an event of an organization, and you will also take points. This is where gamification games come to life in the application. Because by giving points, giving them reward to young people, it's very important. It's really motivating for them to take part in an activity which, in other situations, they may not have the chance to participate. Because everything works like that. You complete activities, take points, and you level up to the leaderboard, because we also have a leaderboard. And the top 20 players receive gifts from the NGO, which is either trips to Europe through Erasmus Plus projects, gifts from our sponsors, and other benefits from the NGO. And this is very important because it targets both sides of young people. One side is that there's someone who is very active as a citizen, and he wants to see what are actions and events and opportunities to help its local community, but doesn't know where they are. There is no place where you can see all the local activities and events of NGOs and organizations near your area. And this young, motivated person wants to offer his services and doesn't know where. And on the other hand, we have a person who is maybe in the heart of Athens, an area which is very active and has many NGOs offering volunteer opportunities, but doesn't want to take part in them. So by taking all the information and putting all possible events on an area in the application, and by making them more attractive for people to take part in through gamification, we achieve both people getting in the application and taking part in these events. So this is very important. And what else can you do in the application? So the application has also a map where I am here in Athens, and there are pins on the map where I can see all the available actions and activities I can take part in. So if they are cleaning a park near me, I can see it in the map and I can take part in it. Go clean the park, take points, win gifts. Very simple. And the leaderboard also, it's very important because we have different kinds of leaderboard. One for the locals, where you see people near my city, one for the national, where you see all the top players in Greece, and the international, where you see all the top players in Europe. So if I'm on the leaderboard and I see my friend has passed me for like 50 points, I want to pass him. I want to make some of the challenges so I can beat him. It also acts as a motivation factor for making young people participate in events. And the best thing about the application is that if you're an organization, any kind of event can be part of this application. You have an online seminar, you can attract people, invite people to the application. You have an event which is closed and you need people to be in a specific place to do something, you can still put in the application with a Google form, people will sign up. Or you have an event which is not even an event, an activity like the one I mentioned for the walking, you can also put it. So it's inclusive and democratic form is very important because it matches the needs of every organization. No matter your field of action, young people, LGBTQI rights, environment, mental health. Many organizations from different specialties has joined us in the application, which, as I mentioned before, only works from May to now. So it's a very brief period, and we are very proud that it has many responses and many NGOs from Greece and from Europe already taking part in it. And we are also very proud because we have many people from other countries of the world, except from Greece, of course, that have signed up an application and they are doing events at their own. And it warms our heart to see that it has already taken up place. So during the first period of quarantine, the application was not finished and ready. But what we learned from the quarantine and helped us shape the application even further is that the digitalization of education and events and participation and active citizenship overall, maybe it's inevitable. It will happen, like sooner or later. And applications such as Connect Your City application can really help make this process much easier for young people and for organizations. Because what it does, it creates a network between the organization and the young people. So everyone that is signed up in Connect Your City, I mean from young people, that see the events and take part in it, also know the organizations. So one NGO has many benefits to win from just promoting and putting an activity or an event in the application, because not only it gains exposure, but it gains a significant amount of young people that didn't know this organization take part inside the activities. Now during the quarantine, because maybe another lockdown will take part in Greece, we're not sure, we are planning a campaign where we are creating custom challenges for young people that are locked at home. Challenges that target different categories, like working your mind and your creativity, working your body with some simple exercises and fun activities. So, observing the situation from the previous quarantine and through all the youth work we have done in the previous years, we are prepared to welcome the new quarantine with application and also help young people pass the quarantine without being bored, being burned out, without feeling lonely. Because when you upload the challenge and you see other people taking part and doing the same thing with you, it creates a feeling of hope. And so pretty much that's it for the application. It's available for Android and iOS. And I'm welcoming you and inviting you to download it, see if you like it, if you see some things that need to be adjusted. I welcome and invite everyone to join in. Every criticism and every feedback is always welcome. And if anyone wants to collaborate to make the application work for a specific country and target group, I'm always at your services.
Super. Thank you so much, Vassilis. And I'm sure that there's many people watching today who'd be keen to take you up on that offer to learn their own activities and connect better with the communities that they're engaging with. I think it sounds fantastic, the work that you've been doing, and really getting it in an app form where we know that young people are much more likely to actually use this, and the gamified aspect, I think, makes it sound like a very motivating tool. So thank you for sharing that. I'd like to kind of dig back into a point that we were making earlier, because obviously, Vassilis, even for using your app, then there is still the issue of accessibility. And Sabrina, I'd love to ask you a little bit more about that. So what have you seen in terms of good practices coming out post-COVID in terms of supporting wider accessibility and making sure that more people are really able to access digital platforms and devices and connectivity?
Yeah, that's a very good question indeed. And maybe you saw me nodding before when you talked about it not being such a big issue in Germany. I was thinking back to one of our Kiron talk sessions with Emmanuel, who was streaming in from Togo. And he had better internet than I had back then, being in the home office in the Black Forest. So my connection broke and his was perfectly fine. And I think this shows that even in Germany, and that's also what other experts confirmed, even in Germany, there are points on the map where you're not really connected. And that is a big problem where I think we have to talk about as well, right? Because we always think like we in Europe, we're perfectly fine and everyone has access to internet. I would totally disagree with that, because I can point you to a few villages directly where this is a major challenge, not only with internet, but even with telephone communication, right? So this is an issue we have to change and work on in the long run. But if we talk about best practices, another one of our experts that joined us, Jongbi, who works at the UNESCO Lifelong Learning Center here in Germany, she shared with us one of their findings as well. And they looked at all different places and people and what they were experiencing. And she said the major issue is actually that we mostly teach people about digital security and safety, which was for me very, very surprising. And she said the one thing that's actually missing and that's not really tackled is to train people on how to use digital tools and how to actually manage that. And I think that's what all of you have also confirmed in your input. And our best practice and what we tried to do, we already had a course on our platform before on how to teach online. So that one is for more teachers, and we also have one session for facilitators. But we adapted that further and worked on it and actually made it available online for free, because we saw this is the major challenge, not only teachers, but also NGO specialists and any kind of practitioner has right now in the field. And I think if we try to gather more content like that and unite that content, then we have tools and practices that work for all kinds of experts in the field. So this is one best practice I would advise anyone to do if you're working on a new digital solution. Make sure that people can actually use it.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. And that reassures me, because one of the things that we did at Microsoft as soon as the COVID hit was to make available all of our Microsoft official curriculum for productivity tools. So using Word, using Excel, all of those tools, we made the official curriculum freely downloadable so that it could be used throughout the pandemic period. And we've also been working really closely with technical and vocational schools and other formal education institutions to make sure that they're aware of all of the free digital skill content that we have for the higher level digital skills as well. Because, you know, so many institutions, whether it's an NGO, whether it's a school, whether it's a company, have been struggling with managing their infrastructure, keeping it up, keeping it running. So that's also been something that we've really been pushing through our Microsoft Learn platform, awareness that all of that training is out there for free. You can get to use the cloud, you can get to use all of these tools without any cost, and making sure that that's really available and that our trainers are there to support. And obviously many of the all digital partners have been instrumental in this effort, so we really recognize all of you for that. So we've only got a few minutes left on our panel, and what I'd love to do is to just do a final check-in with all of you on one key question. And we're all busy trying to rethink our new normal. What would be your one call to action on what the new normal should look like, so that we have not just an ability to survive in the COVID period, but that we can thrive in the COVID period? So maybe we can start by Nenja.
Okay, that is a really good question. The new normal, how it should look like. So for me personally, I would like to go back to the office, but I think this will not be the case for a while. Coming back to the rural areas, so from my perspective, I think a lot will be done with this, like the villages will be connect within themselves. So for example, what I said before with the app and the tools that we had, they will be, they are not only connecting the citizens, but also the municipality to the citizens. And it's more about having information everywhere and providing information to really everyone. And so I think this will be throughout Germany. Hopefully it will work that we have this throughout Germany, so that the villages are connected, but that we really have a good information flow everywhere, so that when it comes again to a lockdown or something like this, that the people feel not isolated, but they are actually having the kind of community sense that they had before.
Thank you, Nenja. So I think that's a really key part. Let's continue to build that community, that connectivity,
right.
Despite physical distancing. So over to you, Matthias. What would be your one call to action for the new normal?
Alexa, speaking of connecting, we have received some questions to the panelists via the chat, and we'd like to give you those questions to panels. Thank you, first of all, for your insights to all of you. And one of the questions is actually for Matthias. And the question is if IBM is actually providing the new education resources also to its employees, and if your own hiring and onboarding process at IBM has changed due to COVID-19.
So certainly, I mean, we certainly are careful with hiring, but we are also careful with in the dealing with each other. And of course, if we have contact with outsiders like business partners or clients, or even the candidates for hiring, we are specifically considerate about how to deal with them, how to approach with them. Of course, we do this in the first time of the whole lockdown in a virtual way. We have now so-called come back to office policies, where under certain hygiene circumstances and conditions we can meet with customers and with candidates to have, or to ensure that we still have the kind of personal experience. This is ensured. So this is how we manage to let's say cope with the pandemic situation, even in the onboarding, which is specifically difficult because you have to have extra coaching and taking care, because if somebody is new, so we do the pairing, and so it's they meet together still in the office, but under certain circumstances to have this ensured that nothing happens here in terms of infection. Yeah.
Thank you.
Question. Yeah.
Thank you, Matthias. There's another question for Sabrina, actually. And the question is, you mentioned before that you said the accessibility is difficult, but do you, as an organization, provide devices to your target groups as well?
Yeah, we have several cooperations on making devices accessible. So obviously that's a challenge, right? Because it's very cost intensive, and you need to provide to all over the world, right? So we had an initiative where we gave out devices in Berlin for people who joined one of our programs, and we have other cooperation partners where we try to scale it. So in case anybody has those devices and can make them accessible, please reach out. However, our platform is actually provided on a mobile-based web platform. So it's made in a way that you can access it on really old mobile phones, because that's what actually most of our students are using. So we've seen people use a computer, for example, in Kakuma camp, and then train with one current account, like a whole group of people, right? So in order to make that peer-to-peer learning and the group learning more accessible, I think we need more like devices in a sense of a laptop or a computer. But we also optimized our platform for rather old mobile devices, and we have a low bandwidth platform that works also when you have very limited data, so that then kind of blocks the videos, and we even enable downloading parts of the content. So you can, for example, download the video script if you're not able to have enough data usage to watch the video, right? So we're trying to find workarounds to make the content accessible, maybe less nice, but to make it more accessible for people all over.
Thank you, Sabrina. There's another question for Nenja, actually, questioning if the people in rural communities were more apprehensive and generally to digital devices.
Yes, that might be true, actually, although I think we discussed already before that sometimes there is not really a good internet connection to rural areas. So I think that is actually the bigger problem. And then to answer it really short, what we did so that the people use our app is that we started from the beginning to really say we are here to get their acceptance. So we have a banner in the village. We send out handouts to them, to their homes actually, and have had everywhere posters and flyers so that they know we are there, that the app is coming, and then we involved them in a co-creation process to really say, this is not our app that we provide for you, this is your app, or this is your tool that you build with us together, and then, I think the acceptance is the key.
Mm-hmm. There's another question actually that is applies well to you, but also to Vassilis. The question is, the app actually only available in your town or in your city, or do you have plans to expand it nationwide? Maybe you can both answer.
Vassilis, do you want first?
You want me to take the lead?
I can say it fast. Please do it.
Okay, perfect. So what happens is that we initially prefer and create events that are local, and then we generally spread them and connecting local communities. So everything starts from a small neighborhood, and then it can go to the whole Europe. That's what happens with Connect Us Connect. Like from 2 years ago, we were just on the basement on Greece, and now we have the honor to be nominated as one of the best digital racers in this year's Digital Awards. So what we want to do ideally is to start forming local communities of young people that want to make a change in their neighborhood, and through the application, attract more possible people to join these teams and make the neighborhoods really shine through young people. Because you have one neighborhood competing other neighborhoods, like who has the cleanest parks, who makes the most activities, which young people in which neighborhood are more active. Not only Greek neighborhoods, but neighborhoods in all Europe and all the world. But to start that, we need first to take in and start with small steps through local communities, and then with the application, hopefully to expand even more and make communities take up action and help the cities. Okay.
Yeah. So
you can hear me.
I think I make it really short. So our tool is actually made by our very good partners, Fraunhofer IESE. And if you want to know more about it, we have in workshop round 3 a workshop that explains everything about what we did in Bremke, that's the name of the village, and how we use the tool. And just to say it, yes, it is available in whole Germany, but of course there's a question of funding for the villages. And I think if the government is happy with these kind of tools and they really want to connect the people, then maybe that's an option for funding.
Yeah, maybe someone is listening who's interested in both of your apps. Yeah, thank you so much for your insights and for answering the questions. Thank you for having you. We would like to hand back now to the studio in Brussels. Bye.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you, Alexa, and thank you, Carolina, for handling the questions and answers session. And I just want to mention that the application that Vassilis was talking about was one of the finalists yesterday at our All Digital Awards, and you definitely can read about it more on our website. Also, as you've just experienced, there were just a few examples of lessons learned during COVID, and we encourage all of you to share them, and you can do it on our community platform, uniteat.eu. Please, you can join, post your stories, and we'll be happy to promote it further in our newsletter and in our social media. So now we are going to the second round of today. This will be, as quoting Alexa, it was a digital marathon. We're going to have a relay race of workshops. And today we have 5 parallel workshops in this upcoming round. The first will be devoted to future skills and job profiles for tomorrow. It will be run by our colleagues in Helliwood. The second is Being Digital Intelligent Online, from Katalin Borici, the internet lawyer. Next is the STEAM Education Practices and Competences, run by the consortium of our STEAM on EDU project. Next, also devoted to lessons, is Supporting Experiential Learning in Distance Education and Training by colleagues from University of Naples, Federico II, and Smarted. And one more lessons learned workshop is devoted and run by the partners of our Digital Skill Shift workshop. It's called Upskilling for the Role of a Digital Assistant. Now you can go to your workshops and you will see the links to them in the main hall in Microsoft Teams. Good luck to all workshop leaders and participants. And then after the workshop, we'll go straight to the coffee break. it's Brussels here again, and we've just had the first round of workshops for today, and we hope you have well dived into the STEAM education framework, discovered what experiential learning is, learned skills and jobs needed for tomorrow, how upskilling for the role of a digital assistant can happen, and all of that being digitally intelligent online. And now we are going to the next round of workshops. We'll have 5 workshops presented to you. First one is we linked under the heritage stream. It's a little bit separate. And if you want to know how to crowd dream, please go there, and we'll have our consortium of the CDDC project, which is Crowd Dreaming, Youth Co-Create Digital Culture, waiting for you, to be moderated by our colleague Borut Singh. The next workshop is on digitization in rural communities. We'll discuss futures of digital competence centers with our colleagues in Germany, and Nenja, who was earlier on the panel from Stiftung Digitale Chancen, and Stefan Hess from Fraunhofer Institute for Experimental Software Engineering. The next workshop is on certification, and it is devoted to key competences for smart city stakeholders. It will be done by our other project consortium, which is called Smart DevOps. Unfortunately, yesterday, due to technical reasons, we couldn't hear the lightning talk by the coordinator of the project, Panos Vassilis, and just want to say a few words. If you want to know more about the skills needed for emergent and very dynamic sector now, smart cities, please join the workshop. And by the way, we are starting a MOOC for those professionals very soon. So if you're interested, please check our websites and work descriptions and to know more. And one more workshop is devoted to augmented learning, and it will be conducted by our colleagues and co-organizing partners from JOBLINGE, Jennifer Nicola and Fiona von Pronay. Good luck. Good afternoon. Greetings again from Brussels. And we hope that you've managed to have some lunch after thought-provoking and informative workshops that we had before. And now we are going into our final plenary for our summit, which will be devoted to the flagship initiative of the Commission's Digital Education Action Plan, Digital Education Hackathon. The DigiEduHack panel will be moderated by Alteo Valentini, who is the General Manager of EGINA, European Grants International Academy, and also he's the member of the All Digital Board. Alteo got captivated with the magic world of social hackathons, as he put himself, quite a few years ago. And in 2016, he launched the first social hackathon Umbre in his region in Italy. It was a 2-day digital marathon for the co-creation of innovative solutions aimed at solving different societal challenges. And of course, when the idea of the European Digital Education Hackathon emerged, he was very excited to be part of the steering group, and that's why he is moderating this panel today. Welcome, Alteo.
It's a pleasure to connect with you again after these 2 very intense and interesting days of workshops and lightning talks. Again, we gathered together the 3 venues, physical venues of these summit, All Digital Summit 2020. I'm calling from Foligno, the smallest venue of the summit, and I have the pleasure to actually invite 2 friends and 2 colleagues from the DigiEduHack. We will have Veronica Mobilio, Policy Officer at DG Education, Youth, Sport and Culture of the European Commission, and also Florian Rampelt, who is the Managing Director of AI Campus at Stiftenbarben in Berlin, the host city of the main stage event of the DigiEduHack. So let's say that we will discover more about this event, and I already invite all the members of All Digital to pay particular attention, because this is a very great occasion coming up in 1 month to join and explore the world of hackathons. First of all, I would like to invite Veronica and ask her some news about the Digital Education Action Plan. We know that the European Commission has recently published the renewed version of the plan, and we are very curious. Can you tell us a bit more about the initiative?
Yes, of course I can. Hello, everyone. First of all, thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to join the summit. Indeed, a week ago, the European Commission adopted a new Digital Education Action Plan. The objective of the action plan is to support member states in addressing the challenges arising from the COVID-19 crisis and boost digital innovation more widely in education and training. If we compare it to the previous action plan, the one that we adopted in 2018, this new action plan is longer in duration, so until 2027, and it's wider in scope in the sense that we have actions addressing formal education, but also the non-formal and informal sector. The initiative has been designed to be a key component of the Europe's recovery, boosting and supporting education and training institutions to better adapt to the digital transformation. You might know that the action plan is based on 2 priorities. The first one looks at what is needed to support the development of a high-performing digital education ecosystem. And the second one looks at the development of digital skills across the board. This means that a number of targeted actions are suggested to boost digital capacity of education and training, and these go from infrastructure and connectivity to digital capacity to the competencies of teachers, also to high-quality online content. The second part, the part on competence, is no less important. Here we have actions addressing the digital divides, fostering digital literacy for active participation in society, and also boosting digital competencies from basic to advanced. You might know that the action plan has been designed with a very extensive stakeholder consultation. All Digital has been part of it, and we started those in March, and we ran them until the very end. And also it's underpinned by solid evidence on the use of digital technologies for teaching and learning. So I invite each and every one of you to have a look at the plan and to let us know what you think about it. But today we're here to discuss the Digital Education Hackathon, which has become one of the flagship initiatives of the 2019 Action Plan. In the new one, the hackathon is confirmed, and basically it's the action that we will be putting forward to support stakeholder engagement and user-driven innovation.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Then I'm really glad to learn that hackathons will be very frequently organized all around Europe in the next years. But let's make a step back, actually, Florian. How would you describe a hackathon to someone who never joined or organized one before?
Hello from Berlin. I'm really glad to also be part of this summit today in an amazingly big stage, totally on my own. I think when talking about a hackathon, Veronica already said the most important aspect. It's about user-driven innovation. It's about focusing on a challenge and finding solutions for it. The year 2020 showed us that a hackathon can also be organized very much online. When I look at our experience within Germany, for many years we thought that even user-driven innovation in the digital field is very much about coming together in a certain place and co-creating new ideas. From this year onwards, I believe, and the DigiEduHack of this year shows that as well, that we are going to achieve user-driven innovation digitally. What is very important that in the field of education, our image of a hackathon is that it's not only about developing new tools, new software, it's also about ideas, it's about concepts, it's about a group of stakeholders, of students, of learners, of teachers coming together and jointly developing ideas that solve the challenges that we are looking at when we want to reinvent education in all the different fields of education.
Thank you, Florian. Well, when I'm proposing the participation to the DigiEduHack all around our networks of schools and adult education center, actually the first question is, why the DigiEduHack? I mean, how does it differ from the other ongoing initiative? Veronica, do you have maybe a suggestion?
Where to start? Florian already said some of the key features, I would say, of the Digital Education Hackathon. Why is it different from the others? I think I would mention three elements. The first one, I think this is one of the few hackathons truly focusing on education and training. So it's organized by education and training stakeholders for education and training stakeholders, addressing education and training challenges and coming up with education and training solutions. So the focus is truly and deeply on education and training. The second element, Florian started mentioning it, it's not a coding hackathon, so no technical skills are needed. We want this hackathon to be an idea generation process. Now, this idea generation process can, of course, lead to technical solutions that could be implemented the day after the hackathon, but it's also about many more things. We look at innovation, I would say, in the wider sense that we can think of it. The third element that makes it different is that the Digital Education Hackathon is designed and structured to be a learning journey for participants. This means that we know the hackathons are bottom-up, participants take ownership, and throughout the process they actually develop and they make the journey a learning journey that actually allows them to come up with solutions, but also to develop further professionally and personally, more than everything. So these are the three elements that I would mention.
Thank you. And what about the logistics, Florian? I mean, what are the plans for this year edition? Are people still on time to register? How does it work?
Yes, people are still on time to register. Even institutions can still register. You can be a host. You can provide your own challenge in a certain thematic field, but you can also just be, an engaged individual who wants to find a solution for a certain aspect. I think what is really distinct about this year's hackathon, I said that already a little earlier, is it's going to be much more digital than before. So last year, the DigiEduHack was an amazing global experience of smaller local hackathons, mostly all around the world. And this year, we want to even better connect the global community through digital means and through digital collaboration with different systems that we use in order, to collaborate, to hack, and to co-create in digital environments. And I'm really looking forward to that. What we also have this year is that there were already a lot of hackathons in 2020. So many COVID-19 hacks that tried to find solutions in all different fields, but also in the field of education. So we are, for example, going to have success stories that we're going to share with participants and with everyone who wants to join us on YouTube in the live stream. Success stories from the field of school education, from the field of higher education, from the field of lifelong learning. And I really believe that learning from the success stories of others, copying maybe what they have thought about, what they have co-created, is going to be a very, very important aspect. Also this year, as Germany is currently hosting the presidency of the Council of the EU, it's going to be a main stage event that we host in Berlin, most probably very similar to where I stand at this very moment. An empty stage with only very few people on campus, but many, many people who are going to join us online digitally from not only Berlin, not only Brussels, but all around the world.
I don't know, Ekaterina, if there is any question from the public.
Not yet, we are watching.
Not yet, all right. So, well, then I would say that social hacking, educational hacking is really a great experience for everyone who is involved. The students, the teachers, the mentors. It's a really, as Veronica said, it's a learning journey. It's not the event itself, but it's all related to the preparation and to the conceptualization of the idea, and finally the opportunity to see it realized in a prototype or something that can contribute to change the education or to change the society and solving societal challenges. In Italy, here I'm trying to set up a network of schools these days to join the event. And well, a question to both of you. It would be nice to have an inspirational reason, a quote, let's say, to share with the Italian schools and let them really register, because it's not easy. They are scared. So what would you say to a primary, secondary school to register to the DigiEduHack?
We'll start.
I can start if you want to.
Yes,
I think the most important aspect that we see, like my focus is on higher education, and we see a lot of reluctance. And actually what you mentioned is the big issue is we do not only want to involve those into our hackathons, our innovative formats who are already part of the story. We want to get those involved who are reluctant at the moment and who still are looking for ways to create innovation and co-creation. What we see with institutions in Germany is we have to start with their needs. So my slogan would be, we're going to find a solution for your challenges in your institution. And the hackathon is only one format amongst others to find this solution, but it's really important to start with the needs of the institution and of the individual, and that is how we're going to get those more reluctant educational stakeholders. We are not going to get them with buzzwords.
Great.
And if I can build on that, Alteo, I think what I would like to stress here is that there is no a good and bad way of organizing hackathons. There is not a right or wrong way of organizing hackathon. Hackathons are events where people gather together and they start discussing as they want to challenges that they face in their context. So again, there is no a good or bad way to do so. It's really up to the participants, and the power of hacking or hackathons, if we want to say more generally, is really in connecting different people with different backgrounds, but with a common interest, and then let the magic happen. Because the magic does happen when you bring together people that want to discuss and come up with ideas on solving a specific problem.
Then with these final remarks, I can really just have to thank you because I really hope that this message was well received also from our members who are mostly working in adult education sector, and I really hope to see many all digital members and friends registered to the next edition of the DigiEduHack. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Alteo and Veronica.
So it's back to us. We know that there is a surprise, and we would like to share a beautiful video because we think it will probably tell better how everything is going to be done with the DigiEduHack. Thank you. We hope you managed to see it. You know that there is still a month before the DigiEduHack, and there is still plenty of time to register, to get prepared. Not probably in a big scale, but something small can be easily organized. Yeah. We encourage all our members to join and everybody who is watching it. Just you saw the website, it's very easy. Thank you so much. There is one question that we have from the audience. What are the plans for the future and next activities planned for DigiEduHack?
This edition, or do you know if the question is about this edition or the next one?
After. Okay. Yeah.
So the edition that is coming up is still part of the 2018 action plan. Florian gave few insights about what they're planning to organize, but we will have this main stage event connecting different hackathons happening throughout Europe and beyond Europe. For the future, as I said at the beginning of my intervention on the first question, so we want to keep working on the hackathon. We believe it is a successful initiative that brings value. We saw it from the quality of the outcomes of the first edition. So moving forward, as of 2021, we will have yet another edition, but this new edition will be building upon the outcomes of the previous one, and also it will be one of the main instruments that we will be using under the umbrella of the Digital Education Hub that we will be setting up, which is a facility that we want to establish to promote stronger EU coordination and cooperation in the field of digital education. So the objective here is really to engage all different stakeholders in a dialogue on digital education, to monitor the implementation of the action plan, and, as I said, engage those stakeholders also in idea generation processes on particular challenges that are relevant for the future of digital education in Europe and beyond.
Thank you very much.
If I may, I would also like to add to that, from the national initiatives perspective. I believe that is what is so interesting about the new Digital Education Action Plan, and Veronica mentioned the hub, is that it's also a joint responsibility. The hub that facilitates the national initiatives, the regional initiatives, shows a certain attitude toward the future of education. That is an attitude about, sharing responsibilities. So whatever we get out as an idea out of a hackathon this year, next year, or the years beyond, we have to take responsibility in order to develop sustainable approaches. We have to talk in Germany to our ministries, to politicians on a regional, on a local, on a national level, and on a European level, in order to jointly make sure that ideas from hackathons are going to be further developed, so they really have an impact on how education is perceived and how the future of education looks like.
Maybe if there is time, I can also build upon what Florian said so far. Cannot agree more on the shared responsibility between the European level, the national level, the regional level. We all need to work together to make it happen. And also the other key element is to look at digital education in an integrated way for education and training systems. But what Florian said made me also think that we didn't mention that the hackathon comes with a global award, and the award gives some money, let's say, to incentivize the implementation of the best ideas. So I invite you also to have a look at that, because it's a way to promote the implementation of the ideas wherever relevant and useful for the national context.
Award is always a very good addition, of course. Do we have anything more from Alteo? I don't hear.
Hello, I'm
yes.
here. Sorry,
yes.
I was muted. Yeah, I would like to add also that there will be, probably this is a surprise for Veronica and Florian as well, but may be interesting for our members. There will be a special hackathon during the 12th at the Europeana summit, annual summit that happens the same day. So museum operators and school teachers and people from creative industries will organize a very small, fast flash hackathon, I would say. I want to mention this because it's about DigiEduHack, it's about education, but education doesn't mean just schools or formal learning. Any field where you learn something or you can share culture, science, it's a good one to organize a hackathon. So it's a really, really great opportunity.
Thank you. That's good to know. We'll manage to definitely promote it on All Digital, as we do with DigiEduHack, and follow us on Twitter and on Facebook with the handle @AllDigitalEU. Thank you very much to our panelists today. Thank you, Alteo. Thank you, Florian in Berlin, and thank you, Veronica here. It was nice to have you. as we say again, all our sessions are recorded, so you can always come back on our YouTube channel or on our summit website, rewatch what you haven't heard, or if you missed it, definitely. And we are also all the workshops also have been recorded. They will be uploaded shortly. Also, you'll see them on our YouTube channel and on the summit website. And also, as we are talking, all the presentations are being linked to the main program of our summit. So if you want to check specific presentations, they will be there. And of course, they will be added next week as well, while we collect from all the many contributors that we've had over these 2 days. Thank you so much for this panel. And I think it's time to go to the closing plenary now. And now the closing plenary of the summit, All Digital Summit 2020. First, we would like to listen to our rapporteurs who have been following during these 2 days the streams that we've indicated in our program in lessons learned and certification, DIGCOMP, and future, which is future of digital competence centers. And we would like to hear from our 4 rapporteurs. And the first one will be about the stream about DIGCOMP. And we are very pleased to welcome our member representative from Arter and expert on DIGCOMP, Stefano Kluzer from Italy, joining us.
Yes, hello. I hope you can hear me, and I guess you can see me as well. Okay, so I have to summarize what has been discussed in the 2 workshop rounds 1 and 2 on DIGCOMP. Yesterday afternoon, Irina Warikari from JRC illustrated, let's say, in more details that was done by Yves Puny in the morning, the aims of the revision process of DIGCOMP version 2.2, which are to identify examples of knowledge and skill and attitudes for all 21 competencies, and she clarified addressing also varying levels of complexity, and create new statements about them using this time an appropriate and systematic vocabulary. She illustrated the 5 steps of the process, which will take place basically throughout next year, 2021. And in 4 of these steps, JRC expects to involve stakeholders from the DIGCOMP community of practice on the All Digital Basecamp. She also mentioned the sources that she is expecting to use for the examples, which will be existing DIGCOMP reports. In particular, she illustrated briefly yesterday DIGCOMP for consumers, which was published a few years ago, and the upcoming DIGCOMP SAT, self-assessment test that All Digital contributed to develop, competence domain experts that will be consulted, and practitioners who have implemented DIGCOMP in various areas. In the discussion that followed, focused on the DIGCOMP COP, Renato Sabbadini informed that the latest All Digital annual member survey found that about 40% of members consider themselves experts in DIGCOMP, but there are still a few, 14%, who are not familiar with the framework. He also told us that the COP has currently about 85 members, many of which are not All Digital members, which is a good thing because it means that the community of practice has managed to open up to participants from all kinds of venues. Mara Jakobsone, who was present at the workshop, made 2 interesting suggestions. One, to organize online workshop and chats among the COP members to present their experiences with DIGCOMP in different fields. And this would be very helpful also to learn more about good practices in DIGCOMP implementations, which are not included currently in the DIGCOMP Into Action and DIGCOMP at Work guides published by JRC, which at the moment are the main source of information about experiences of DIGCOMP implementations. She also suggested to launch a mini survey in the community of practice to find out which are the topics of interest to be discussed in the community. For instance, she mentioned work on digital competence in the health sector, in libraries, and so on. This morning, Thomas Schmidt and Jutta Schneider from Helliwood Media Education ran a very stimulating and interactive, this time again using Mentimeter as a tool to poll participants, on the future skills and job profiles of tomorrow. The discussion focused on 5 new jobs that they have identified from recent studies on future jobs. Interesting ones: cyber attack agent, data detective, auditor for algorithms, smart home designer, and voice user experience designer. I don't have the time now to explain any one of these, but they were illustrated during the workshop, and the discussion went on which skills are needed for these jobs. And Thomas and Jutta, for this, introduced 6 additional skills that they consider related to and very important given the changes stemming from the large-scale diffusion of automation, artificial intelligence, big data, and so on. These skills are analytical skills, consciousness of consequences, openness to change, innovative spirit, self-responsibility, and ethical attitude. And they suggested that this should be added to the already existing list of the 4 C's among the 21st century skills, which are communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. Again, I don't have time to go into the details of these skills, but I would like to conclude saying that I found extremely interesting that a reflection like the one we had this morning on future jobs seems to indicate that from an educational perspective, we need to develop together 2 areas. One is a lot of good quality technical knowledge, the kind which is started being addressed by STEM education in recent years, but at the same time, a range of soft skills, as we call them today. And for them, I believe, I wrote it into the chart of the workshop, I think it would definitely help the study, and I would also add the practice of philosophy, a discipline that has been much disregarded in schools in recent years, but which I believe would really contribute to develop knowledge and understanding in these areas. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefano. Thank you for this recap, and I believe it's very useful. As we said, whoever got interested after this little introduction can go back and rewatch the workshops that will be uploaded on our channels. The next stream was about certification, and I'm giving the floor to the chair of All Digital Board, professor at Hellenic Open University, Achilles Kameas. Achilles is here with us.
Hello, I've been following the certification stream, as Ekaterina said, and this stream contained 3 workshops. The first one, please share the slide with the key messages so you have enough time to absorb the messages until I finish. The first workshop was about defining a model for the recognition of digital competence certificates in Europe. This was a really timely workshop in light of the recently published Digital Education Action Plan. The workshop was moderated by William O'Keefe from DG Employment, and after an introduction by Clara Centeno of JRC on the structure and the different approaches to digital skills training and certification and the different needs that they have identified in JRC. There were 6 presentations of training and certification schemes available currently in Europe. 2 of them are international. 1 was at national level and another 3 at regional level. And all of them very interesting. All of them having, of course, different approaches, which was one of the things that came out of the workshop, that all these efforts must be contextualized either at a national level or at a sectorial level. But also there were many common aspects, like, for example, that certification was done usually at external agents on a face-to-face basis. But because of the COVID, many of these providers had to adopt online certification, online testing to award the certificate. That's a very interesting development that we need to look into it. All of the participants mentioned that the publication of the Digital Education Action Plan was very welcome. Also, very welcome were the provisions in it about this topic. And then discussion evolved around how do we start and what we're going to do. So there were some suggestions, for example, to map the current certifications and the current certificates available around a scheme that is based that looks like the EQF, so that in the end we don't go for a European certificate, but for a, let's say, map of European certificates, digital skill certificates, and also start doing a feasibility study and see what is available out there. And then, as I said, we should proceed by creating this common classification of types and and contents of current certificates, perhaps agree on a common certification process and certification content, but not on a common or, let's say, unified or homogeneous way to reach the certification level, the certification point. And then there was also a suggestion to identify a trusted third party that could guarantee the quality of the process and the quality of the certificate, sort of award a seal of quality to the available certificates. And we decided to create a community of practice to include, to bring in a dialogue all the stakeholders that are have an interest, are interested in this European Digital Skills Certificate or certification, discuss the objectives of the process and the way forward. All Digital has volunteered to host this community of practice, and here on the screen, the first bullet refers exactly to this. Already the participants of the workshop, almost all of them registered to join this community. This is the email. Each of you who is interested to join can use. You can send us an email at this address, and we will add you to the community. This is like a sister community to the community of practice on DigiCOMP that we are already hosting. So we expect a lot of interaction among the two communities. And also, all Digital could play the role of this trusted third party if necessary. And finally, there was the good news was that the European Commission is willing to fund these efforts, but we don't know yet the funding instruments and the funding schemes, so we are waiting for that. That was the first workshop, and then we had two more workshops which focused mostly on development of competencies. The first one was called STEAM Education Practices and Competencies. It was supported by the STEAM on Edu Erasmus KA3 project, and I happened to be the moderator. During this workshop, we presented the state of the project and its achievements. I summarize them here for you. We have already developed a guide on good practices of STEM education, which was based on a STEAM education practice evaluation process that we are now trying to negotiate, to discuss with other sister projects who are doing similar work, so that we come up with, let's say, a joint policy recommendation on how, what is a good STEAM education practice. We have developed the first version of the STEAM education competence framework, and this is an original output of this project, and this is, let's say, the key message to take home from this project, from this workshop. We are going to open this framework for evaluation to the general public, mostly, of course, teachers and trainers, but also anybody else who might be interested. If you want to join this evaluation process, to participate, you can fill the form that is mentioned in the second bullet on the screen that you see, on the slide that you see on the screen, and then we'll send you the link to the survey. And of course, we have, during this project, we have already developed a STEAM educators community and online platform, and a lot of practices and policies have been uploaded there. The next steps of the project are to proceed with evaluation of the framework, design the STEAM educator profile, and then in the spring of 2021, we'll offer a MOOC based on the competencies that will eventually be included in the profile, in the framework. And finally, the last workshop was called Key Competencies for Smart Cities Stakeholders. It was supported by the Smart DevOps Erasmus Plus Sector Skills Alliance project and moderated by Professor Panos Vassilis of University of Thessaly. This project focuses on staff training for smart cities. It starts from a set of 5 challenges that have to be met, and I list them quickly. Digital transformation, increased complexity, new ways to develop software, city crisis management, and lack of training. All these 5 challenges appear as smart cities emerge. And it seems that, as it was presented in the workshop, we have to offer easy to use and easily accessible services to citizens, but we have to do it now. Citizens cannot wait anymore for this waterfall model we use to apply in software development, in service development, that takes ages until usable service is available. We have to adopt very, very fast models, design and production models, and this means that in these models, innovation and the development are integrated, and this is the main idea behind DevOps, to eliminate the gap between development and delivery of services. So in the context of this project, 3 new profiles have been designed: the Smart City Planner, the Smart City IT Officer, and the Smart City IT Head or Manager. And now they are developing a MOOC. They have developed a MOOC about one of these profiles, and this is the 3rd bullet on the slide on the screen. The MOOC starts on the 19th of October, and those of you who are interested in joining the MOOC, you can register following the link that you see on the screen. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, and thank you for putting all the links in the slide, because that saves me a little bit of work. Thank you so much. The next stream that we had was about lessons learned from COVID-19, and this stream will be presented by the member of All Digital Board, Virginia Pareja. She's from Esplai Foundation in Spain. Virginia, the floor is yours.
Hi, Katerina. Only one thing. According to what was told to me, I'm reporting about the lessons sessions of the 3 workshops, meaning social media network, supporting experimental learning, and augmented learning, not the COVID ones. Sorry, I don't know if that's okay.
Yes, it's correct.
Okay, so regarding the social media network environment, 3 ideas. Well, I would highlight 3 ideas as an introduction. The fact of the educational system usually putting up much resistance when it comes to introduce innovation. The pandemic somehow broke part of that resistance. Secondly, creativity is one of the 21st century skills, which means that it has to be globally integrated in education systems. And thirdly, that when it comes to creativity, the more you use it, the more you have it. So creativity can be introduced in science education in different ways. You can either teach about creativity, you can teach in a creativity way, or you can foster your students' creativity. Social media and social networks connect people and ideas, and so does the science. Have you ever thought about dance Pythagoras' theorem? To dance Pythagoras' notions, you must understand them. First, to dance Pythagoras, you need to be creative. So my selected slogan to summarize this first round could be dance your knowledge, and it will not stay in the classroom, it will go with you. Thanks, Natalia, Fiona, and Laura for this really good session. Good job. Regarding the second session about supporting experimental learning in distance education and training, some general comments and ideas were shared as an introduction as well. As a result of the pandemic, something has changed, so something needs to be done. It has a lot to do with distance learning and working. Luckily, there are a lot of different tools that makes it easy to introduce some progress in distance learning. But we must choose the best available tool for each of our target groups. This event is a clear example of the possibilities, opportunities, and tools we have to keep connected and sharing ideas, knowledge, and experience. Three best practices were shared and presented in this supporting experimental learning in distance education session. ALIAS project in the first place, meaning adaptive learning in statistics, is designed to profile the students according to both their background in mathematics and to their psychological profile in terms of anxiety towards the mathematics. It was good to know that it was not only me feeling anxious towards maths. So ALIAS is developing as a dynamic online system, also open to a mobile device through an app, and it will be available in 1 year or so, I think. The second best practice was Eulalia project. This is about enhancing university language course with an app powered by game-based learning and tangible user interface activities. It supports the learning teaching process with tangible interfaces for all students, including those with sensory or multisensory disabilities. And the third best practice presented in this session was DIGCOMP 2.0, a game to assess geometric and emotional competencies in preschoolers. It aims at assessing in 5-year-old children 2 of their skills, part of the school readiness concept, the emotional competence and the geometrical and numerical thinking. The main idea is to bridge the tangible and the digital perspective through tangible user interfaces built upon our capability to embody digital information in physical space. So my chosen slogan for this session could be, let's turn technology into an extension of our processes of our mind-body system. Thanks, Rafael, Francesco, Federico, Vincenzo, Sandra, and Barbara for this session. And finally, the third session was about augmented learning. We led by example, actively using Ethermap and Slido. The experience shared in this case was JOBLINGE, joining forces to address youth unemployment, an experience developed in Germany. Their challenge again was within 2 days they had to become 100% virtual. How did they do it? Adapting the new environment to their learners, or in other words, through augmented learning techniques. But what is augmented learning first? It is not chasing Pokemon, it is not using a machine. Is putting the learning environment into the online work, meaning putting blended learning atmosphere into a completely virtual learning world without losing touch and real contact to people. So some tips given by the presenters were: create long-term commitment, meaning being able to keep people's attention not only for today or for one particular session, but for every day on an online basis. Secondly, create a new daily routine, starting from maybe wake-up calls, but with a t-shirt on, please. Thirdly, pointing out the rules to be followed, using Netiquette, for instance, the updated version. Fourthly, mentoring and learning tandems through a matching logic based on a common interest or goal shared by an experienced learner and an experienced worker or learner, so that they can say, we are going through this together. And finally, super small steps, always explaining the whys. So my slogan for this third session could be: the challenge is to develop a learning environment from the view of the learner, not from yours. The best learning online system can fail if it is too complex or alien to your learners. Transfer the blended learning situation into the augmented learning situation if you want to success. So thanks, Fiona and Jennifer, for this session. As already said, all presentations and resources will be available in the All Digital Summit website and the contact details. That's all from my side. Thanks a lot for your attention, and congratulations to all Digital and friends for this challenging but successful event, and for all the efforts behind it. Keep digital and keep safe. Greetings from Spain. Bye.
Thank you so much, Virginia, and it's great to see you. It's a pity we don't see each other in reality, as everybody is stressing every time. Thank you. And the final fourth stream was about the future of digital competence centers, and we invite our member from the UK member organization of All Digital Good Things Foundation, Robert Shapiro. Robert, please tell us about the future.
Hi, thank you for having me. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So as you mentioned, I attended the 3 Future workshops. The first workshop I attended was led by Veronique Delanier, who's director from Max in Belgium, and focused on digital competences with people with low literacy. So during this workshop, we looked at some tools and examples of how to organize a digital storytelling workshop with illiterate participants. We explored the emotional component of storytelling and how that can help participants with extreme fears of computers engage. And we tried it ourselves. It's quite interesting. So the workshop really highlighted how much of a challenge it is for people with low literacy, and something I didn't realise, there's 55 million people across Europe between the ages of 16 to 65 that have difficulties with literacy. And Veronique highlighted the brilliant work that Max had done and the impact of digital storytelling and sharing the stories in a peer group. So a digital story consists of personal narrative, it's with photos, drawing, and with support. And it's turned into a short video with the aim to share a story with other people, to influence, to bring some action. And for the person itself, it's a form of empowerment. It enhances motivation, and it shows that they're capable of learning new things, and the use of different aptitudes, and improving self-esteem and being creative. For me, it's a really creative way of introducing people to digital. We talk a lot about employability at the conference, but we have to understand the challenges for people with low literacy, and we have to think of creative ways to engage people so they see the benefits of digital before they can start learning. And then they have more of a motivation to learn and hopefully start on a path that can move to learning skills like learning for employability. So the second workshop, very different. I was looking at being digitally intelligent online and what that means. And that was hosted by Catalin Baraxi, who is a digital lawyer. We looked at digital competencies and what the main skills we need in the future are. So digital intelligence is a set of competencies that are grounded in universal moral values that enable individuals to face the challenges and harness the opportunities of digital life. There are lots of areas that are composed of this, but mainly around knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values. The goal of the workshop was to raise awareness about our conscious and creative use of digital intelligence by bringing together digital education and digital literacy. We looked at what it means to be digitally intelligent and how to promote this in your daily life. It's so important to understand this. And we looked at the digital intelligence project that DQ have done. So I don't have time to go into so many elements that are there, but I just really want to quickly run over some of the key elements. So we looked at digital identity, so what it means to be a digital citizen, digital use, so how we use the technology, and what it's like for our health, for example. Digital safety and security, which is one of the key things for me. So how do we stay safe and secure online? We looked at digital emotional intelligence, so our self-awareness of what we're doing online, digital communication, digital literacy, and a newer one for me, but it's so important right now, the idea of digital rights and how do we manage our privacy online. And I do recommend that you go to the DQ Institute to have a look in more detail at this. It's really interesting. and it even got me thinking, do I have full digital intelligence? And I can really see the benefits, especially for schools and competence centres at this time. So yeah, please check that out. It's really interesting to me. So just the final workshop. We're looking at something completely different. So digitising in rural communities. So thanks to Stefan Hess from the Fraunhofer Institute for Experimental Software Engineering and Nenja Wolbers from Stiftung Dietel Chancen. So we explored opinion on whether rural communities are more disadvantaged compared to cities when it comes to digital. Quite surprisingly for me, opinion was quite split on this, but we all agreed what the key challenges were, which were very much the infrastructure, so things like internet connectivity specifically, but also transport links, and less employment and educational opportunities, which means people move away young. So Nenja and Stefan took us through a great little project looking at digitisation of a village called Project Bremke. And it was through listening to and working with the local community, we developed an app and platform that provided local information locally, from activity clubs right through to working with the municipal and the mayor, which kept the village up to date, improved communication and connecting local services like transport, and allowing for shopping and buying some goods in bulk, which was quite surprising to me, to help villagers save money. So it really shows that the villagers were creating something for themselves, which was great to see. We explored a little bit about how we can take learnings from smart cities to rural areas, and focused on bringing together populations, but also local businesses, and looking at sustainability. So who can take on these responsibilities moving forward, and how important that is. One interesting thing that came up was the role of a digital competence centre, and it could be a way of working with a project like this and taking it further down the line, and making it for sustainability in the future. So I guess I just want to end on the point of one of the key things for me was we have to create the conditions and infrastructure of rural areas. So if people want to move away from towns, there's opportunity to do so. And we've seen from the pandemic that there's lots more people now and the appetite to work from home or work away from work is really strong, and we just need the infrastructure to enable people to do that. And we all agreed that this is a really important topic, and we should talk about it more and continue the conversation after that. So those were the three workshops. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you all Thank to all our rapporteurs for the wonderful wrap-ups of the sessions: Stefano, Kluzer, Virginia, Pareja, Achilles, Kameas, and Robert Shapiro. Thank you. It was great seeing you. Thank you for this wrap-up. And now I think we go back for the final wrap-up to Berlin, to our studio, and we should hear from Nenja Wolbers from Stiftung Digitale Chancen and the Vice Chair of All Digital Board. Nenja.
Hello, hello. Welcome back in Berlin. Hi, Katharina. Well, I'm standing here now because we are actually at the end of our All Digital Summit 2020, right? And before we go to our very deserved thank yous for everyone, I would like to highlight how special this year was for us, and I'm pretty sure also for you all out there. To say again that we are all very sad here in Berlin that you couldn't be here with us, and we couldn't eat currywurst together, as Renato said at the beginning, and we couldn't drink German beer together. But more importantly, that we couldn't talk to each other as we normally do and socialize and get inspired by each other here in Berlin. So, but, I mean, fortunately, the topic that concerns us all here at All Digital kept us also connected during these kind of travel bans and social distancing. And through the last 2 days, we have seen interesting keynote speeches, listened to inspiring panels and lightning talks, and visited very interactive workshops. And it became once again clear during the last 2 days how important the work of e-facilitators, digital change makers, and the work of Digital Competence Center is. And in the words of Kaspar Klinge, who said yesterday morning, very at the beginning of this event, the COVID-19 crisis has shown that going digital is not an option, it's an absolute necessity. And to all of you, I would like to say, to all of the All Digital Network and also beyond that, thank you for your work in the last month, and thank you for the work that you will do in the next month, and to promote actually the competences for the future. That is the motto of this event. So now I have some impressions for you from the last 2 days that we would like to show. Bin ich dran? Aha. Okay. Bitte. And I have to start. Okay, sorry. Okay, that were really great images. I hope you got a very nice impression of our last 2 days here in Berlin. And as you can see, we have a very big team here in Berlin. And now we are going to Brussels. Okay, perfect. Hi, Renato. How are you?
Hi, thanks, Nenja, and thank you very much for the beautiful images we've just seen. And many thanks to Ekaterina for hosting the second day of the summit and linking so smoothly one session to the next. Final words, almost. We promised in the opening of this All Digital Summit 2020 a rich banquet. For those who feel overwhelmed, don't worry. As said already a couple of times, the content of the presentations is available on the website of the summit, and the video recording of the plenary sessions are already on YouTube for the first day, but also the videos of the different workshops will be uploaded on our YouTube channel in the very near future. I'm very grateful for the rapporteurs who summed up the content of the workshops a few moments ago, as it makes it much easier for me to point to 4 follow-ups of each of the 4 articulations of our theme, Competences for the Future. I will from time to time drop the name of an address, of a digital address. My colleague Borut will be writing them on the main chat of the main hall, so that you can find that address. So let me start first with lessons. I'll go almost in reverse order. Lessons from COVID-19. I like very much the reference to the fact that creativity is not only needs to be integrated in education, but it's also like an organ that needs to be exercised to grow and to develop. And I liked also very much the reference to, in particular, to the augmented learning workshop, where the point of view of the learner becomes the center. I think this is quite a message for all of us who are engaged actively in education. In relation to the future, from all the things that Rob mentioned, I think they all make me think of, in essence, what was also the key message of the first keynote we heard by Professor Robert Carsten Busch, which is essentially that, because we talked about literacy, sharing stories, digital intelligence, digital safety, etc. So in reality, when we say digital, we think of a future, but we are also using this term as a sort of connector of values, skills, ability, and competencies that have been around since we have been around almost, I would say. I think this is the key take of that session. In relation to DIGCOMP and certification, here is where we got also, at least as all digital, an important indication of continuing and starting some important work. In relation to DIGCOMP, we will continue and we will grow our community of practice, which is hosted by us. And if you would like to join, you can write to digcomp@alldigital.org. You will find the address in the chat. As said, we count very much also on people who are not directly members of All Digital, because a community of practice is also enhanced by the diversity and by the different experiences that each brings to this community. And this community will be used over the next few months, not only as a sort of chamber of resonance for a fruitful dialogue with the Joint Research Center in relation to the next version of the DIGCOMP framework, but also to explore DIGCOMP itself more in depth. And finally, certification. This is a starting community that we are going to host. You can write at certificate@alldigital.org. You will find again the address in the chat. This is one crucial theme as we are moving over the very near future, and the issue of certification is becoming more and more important because, as we said, also as a consequence of COVID, more and more people are in need of reskilling, upskilling. So we talk, as I said at the beginning of this summit, of an issue of freedom of movement, both in the real space and in the virtual one. Voila. And while we reflect and organize for the future around these four subjects, I'd like also to highlight the everyday heroism and hard work and decency enacted by the finalists and winners of the awards. On their shoulders and the shoulders of their colleagues, of our colleagues, rests a network of communities united by a vision of the future and, above all, by the most profound sense of shared humanity and shared faith in humanity. And do we need a lot of that in these times? And as our chair, Achilles Kameas, said yesterday also, we are all digital and we are all humans, and that is our guiding light. That has to be our guiding light. Let me finish these brief remarks by highlighting how this First on Light Summit was a first time for all of us. We hope you enjoyed its format, relying on 3 main locations. We hope that this choice has made it feel for you more like an online event rather than just a video call, okay? It's been a very complex machine that we put together in an extraordinarily short time, and with the best efforts from each and every one of us to make the various cogs of this machine run smoothly. We did experience a few mishaps, there's no denying that, and we apologize for those, and we will learn from those to improve the future editions of the summit. I would also, I think I can safely make a prediction of the future in these very uncertain times, which is that regardless of the traveling conditions we will find ourselves in next year, and drawing these lessons from COVID, basically, I think I can safely say that all future all digital summits, even if organized on site, will always be hybrid and allow those who cannot travel to the location to participate in it also from their own locations. And now, as we are approaching the closing of this first online all digital summit, the time has come to thank all those who contributed to the successful staging of this event. First of all, there is the very attendance of all of you from home and from your locations. We would like to thank you for giving meaning and purpose to the work of many during the last few months. Let us know if you liked the summit, what did you like best, and how we can improve on future editions by writing at summit@alldigital.org. Or by leaving a comment, if you do it quickly, on the main chat of the platform. Second, I would like to thank all contributors. There are many to mention. I will mention the first because it represents a very important institution, and that is, of course, Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, Nicola Schmidt. But then, of course, there are the keynote speakers, the panel facilitators, the panelists, the lightning talks presenters, the workshop facilitators and contributors, and the rapporteurs. Basically, you all put the flesh on the bones of the summit, so to speak. You provided the content that will inspire us for the next months of our work and life, I think. Third, before I thank the organization that supported this event, let me thank individually all the people who have devoted months, weeks, and days of energy to build this beautiful ship of a summit and helped her brave the waves of these uncertain times. I'd like to start from our colleagues in Berlin and Frankfurt and Munich. And as most of them operated from behind the camera, I think it is only fair to acknowledge their contributions by seeing them. So, dear Berliners, okay, I see you already in position, so you either step briefly in front of the camera or wave your hands, and I will call your name in alphabetical order, okay? So we start with Caroline Bergmann, Benjamin, is Caroline there? Yeah, you can wave when your name is called, fantastic. Benjamin Beuster.
Not there.
Behind the scenes, probably. Okay. Jutta Kroll. Voilà. Stefan Deumer. Ah, voilà. Insa Gronewold.
Waving for Insa.
Okay. Laura Hensch. Lea Haskamp. Sandra Liebender, Michael Reda, Natascha Riebel, Peter Seifert, Thomas Schmidt, Jutta Schneider, Katrin Schubert, Caroline Walke, Nenja Wolbers. And also, she is not with us today, but of course, Andrea Tilo, who did the presenting yesterday, Aida Basic and her team at Vagedes and Schmidt, who are Sabrina Wesenberg, Laura Esch, Lea Bosold, Sebastian, and then there is Sebastian Stalke and the team of Ambion that did the beautiful visuals. And of course, a very special thanks because for the support that made it possible to have that beautiful location and to organize all the staging from there. A very special thanks to the German Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy. Voila. I'll briefly read not briefly, I'll read the name also of the many people of JOBLINGE who are based in Frankfurt and Munich. I don't know if we can see either a collective picture or an image, but here they come. So we have Jan Boskamp. Voila, there they are, you can see them now. Lea Forbrick, Jennifer Nicolai, Fiona von Pronay, Laura Schelling, Petra Schnabel, and Kadim Tass. Voila. The floor now goes briefly to Berlin again.
Yes, hello. So we don't want to forget our team in Brussels who worked very hard in the last months and weeks to make this possible. And so I will just read the names and please also wave and clap there. We have a big thanks to Borut Cink, Ekaterina Clifford. Nice. Did you get me? Yeah. Okay. Then I will go on. Emanuela Marotta. Here you are. Thank you very much. Peter Pawolny. Tiziana Paretti. Barbara Quata. And of course to the CEO Renato Sabbadini. To Victoria Sanz. And the whole team of the technical team of the L42 staff. Thank you very much. I didn't see in the beginning, and I hope it was shown, a big thanks, of course, to the moderator from the first day, Ekaterina Clifford.
Second day, but it's okay.
Oh yeah, sorry, second day. Okay. And Borut Cink, did you get the applause that you deserve in the beginning?
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. Then we go back to Brussels.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Yes, I'll just to put names on names. Our technicians here were Loïc Bruffert, Gilles Dumoulin, and David Marcier. Thank you very much. I'm now greeting the third location of this online summit, where we have Paolo Russo and Alteo Valentini, who also served as a point of reference. Thank you so much. Grazie mille. From beautiful Foligno that I hope one day to be able to visit. We are seeing now images of here from Brussels. I don't know if I should sing a song or something, but voila. You can see how we were well-spirited throughout. Well, it's been a very interesting experience, I must say, something extraordinary. That I think I hope this has been the effect also of bringing people together across distances and time. Voila. Then this summit would have not been possible. I don't know how many pictures we are. This was part was. I will name the organization. You have seen the logo many times these days. With the animations that were run between one session and the next. So, of course, our three host organizations based in Berlin, so Helliwood, JOBLINGE, and Stiftung Digitale Chancen. Maybe we can, I don't know, applaud from the studio here in Brussels. Then we have Certiport, a very important partner, especially in relation to the awards. Then we have the European Commission, especially the Erasmus Plus program. Talenteco, which is our media partner, also based in Berlin. And last but not least, the board of All Digital, represented here in Brussels by Achilles Kameas, and by Vice Chair Nenja Wolbers in Berlin. And I can say as a CEO and as a member of staff that without the support of the board, this event also would not have been possible. They've been very close to us and very supportive in our efforts. So, final word. It was customary when finishing events like this, when they were on site, with a wish of safe travels back home. Let me instead finish the summit with a safe travel, but also an interesting travel and a meaningful travel through life. And the best wishes of health and serenity to you and your loved ones. Till next year.